A very good morning to our distinguished guests, delegate, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to all our honorable guests attending Day 2 of the International Federation of ORL Society, ASEAN ORL HNS Federation, and Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology Conference and Training. Our event will commence shortly. Please make your way to the ballroom, take your seat, and kindly set your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Kính thưa quý vị, chỉ còn một ít phút nữa thôi, ngày 2 của hội thảo và đào tạo chuyên ngành tai mũi họng Liên đoàn Tai mũi họng quốc tế, Liên hiệp hội Tai mũi họng ASEAN, Hội Tai mũi họng Việt Nam sẽ chính thức bắt đầu. Ban tổ chức xin trân trọng kính mời quý vị đại biểu, các quý vị khách quý vui lòng di chuyển vào hội trường, ổn định chỗ ngồi và chuyển điện thoại sang chế độ im lặng để chương trình có thể diễn ra suôn sẻ. Xin chân thành cảm ơn sự hợp tác của quý vị. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, delegate to Day 2 of the International Federation of ORL Society, ASEAN ORL HNS Federation, and Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology Conference and Training, taking place this morning at Tâm Anh Research Institute Hall, Tâm Anh General Hospital. Dear esteemed guests and delegates, the success of this year's scientific conference and training has been greatly supported by the contribution of our sponsor. As a token of our appreciation, the organizing committee would like to respectfully invite the following sponsor to the stage to receive their certificate of recognition. First of all, we would like to express our sincere gratitude and respectfully invite the representative of our co-sponsor to the stage, Nhật Hưng Pharmaceutical Cosmetic Company Limited and Daewon Pharmaceutical Company Limited. The representative of the two companies should head to the stage and receive the certificate. Ban tổ chức xin trân trọng kính mời nhà tài trợ Nhật Hưng và nhà tài trợ Daewon sẽ lên sân khấu để nhận giấy chứng nhận ạ. We would also like to invite Professor Trần Phan Trung Thủy, President of ASEAN ORL HNS Federation and President of Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology, to the stage to present the meaningful gifts to our esteemed sponsor. Dearly, thank you. Ms. Thủy, please remain on stage. To continue our program, we would like to sincerely thank you and respectfully invite the representative of our sponsoring unit to the stage, Silab Vietnam Company Limited. Please call Silab Vietnam Company Limited. Please move to the stage. Once again, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of our sponsors for your interest and enthusiastic contribution to the International Federation of ORL Society, ASEAN ORL HNS Federation, and Vietnamese Society of Otorhinolaryngology Conference and Training. Your invaluable support serves as a great motivation for the organizing committee, enabling us to share essential medical knowledge and contribute to the improvement of public health service. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we are pleased to invite you all to session 5, Audiology. We kindly request the moderator to take their seat in the front row to help facilitate this session. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes. It's here. Good morning, everybody. Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to chair this session about audiology. And for that, we have a very nice panel of experts in this field. So it's my pleasure to introduce the first speakers, is the Doctora Alicia Uarte that came from University of Navarra, and is going to talk about children's behavioral audiometry techniques.
Good morning. Good morning. It's okay? Good morning. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it's for me an honor. Do you know? It's an honor for me to. Okay. It's an honor for me to be here with all of you in this wonderful IFOS Congress in the city of Ho Chi Minh. And congratulations to the organizer by this wonderful Congress. My talk today is about children behavioral audiometry techniques. And as you know, there are different methods to explore children's hearing. And there are objective and subjective methods. Both are complementary. Okay, there are objective and subjective methods. Both are complementary. And at present, the principle of cross-check remains in force. That means objective measures provide information about the integrity of specific sites within the auditory system, and subjective measures give us information about the functional hearing. Both together are necessary to know the child's full hearing. Okay, in this talk, I speak only about behavioral audiometry. And what is this for? This is for diagnosis, because with the behavioral audiometry, we know the type of hearing loss and the degree of hearing loss. We control the evolution of hearing loss, and we evaluate the treatment efficacy. What does it mean? The behavioral audiometry response is the child responds to sound through the child's behavioral. This is the response from the child. Okay. We try to obtain an audiogram, and we check at least 500 hertz and kilohertz, 2 and 4 kilohertz. But if you want, you can obtain all the different frequencies. But we have a disadvantage, that is that we need the child's cooperation, and sometimes it's not easy to obtain the cooperation. And also we are working with a population that is a dynamic population, because child is growing, he is in development process, and then the age of development determines the type of behavioral test that we apply. This is very, very important. Then we have the behavioral audiometry, and we are working with child's newborn to 6 months of age we use behavioral observational audiometry without conditional sound. If we are working with child more than 6 months, this is 6 months to 3 years old, we use visual reinforcement audiometry with conditional to sound. And if the child is more than 3 years old, we can use the play audiometry. This is very important to adapt our technique to the age of the child. If we are working with a newborn or to 6 months, the conditions are very important. Baby is sitting on parents' knees. If we can, we use a soundproof booth, and the baby must be relaxed, not sleepy, but not very nervous if she needs to eat or something like this. Some stimulus, you can use insert phone, but when we use headphone, you see after, we use a headphone 4 centimeters away the ear, and the stimulus is warbler frequency band noise limited by these frequencies, and we can use also link sounds or spoken words, sometimes acoustic test sound toys. You use as you can, okay? The response in this age change in relation, the response is a change in relation to its previous states. That means if child is crying and stop to cry, perhaps it's a response. If child is sleeping but in a light sleep, perhaps wake up is a response. But the best response are when they modify rhythm of sucking the pacifiers, or when they turn the ace to the source of the sound. These two last response are more consistent than the others. You see? With the eyes, she go to the sound. And she's looking to the, okay? Okay. If we are with children 6 months to less than 3 years old, we use the visual reinforcement audiometry. The child is sitting with on knees, the mother or father, and child is paying attention to a toy, and we need an assistant to monitorize the child attention. And we use free feel or insert phones or bone vibrator, or if you want headphones. And the sound is warble or pure frequency band noise, and also spoken words. How does visual reinforcement audiometry work? Then an auditory stimulus is presented, and the child responds by turning his or her head toward a toy that lights up or moves, and this is the reinforcement answer. But always first child answer, and after you give the reinforcement. This is the situation. You have speakers, visual reinforcement, a system, toy, child, and parents, and outside is the audiologist with the audiometer. First is the answer. Can you hear? You hear or no? First is the answer, and after you give the toy movement or you see? It's the same with this monitor when she responds and say bye to the horse, and they appear the horse. Not is the horse there first, okay? It is very important the times.
Muy bien. Muy bien.
He is learning to do the play audiometry because he knows to do the visual, but now he is learning to do the play audiometry, okay? For this reason is the person with the toys teaching them his. Okay. Ay.
Muy bien. Muy bien. Muy bien. Muy bien.
Sometimes a child come to us and she never has done an audiometry, and then you need to learn to do it, okay? And then first she looks how she, her, and she, and then after the assistant only put the sound under, and the child feel the sound, okay? Feel and hear. And after she goes to do the proper audiometry, okay? And this play audiometry is always after 3 years old. A child is sitting in the booth and play with a material. Sometimes we need an assistant, sometimes no. And there are not visual reinforcement. And the sound is in free feel or head insert phones or headphone or vibrator. And you put a comfortable intensity and gradually you decrease. It's not a good idea if you put a very loud intensity because the child will be afraid. And then it's better you put like a normal intensity and after you decrease. And it's very important to variable stimulus pause because the child is very clever and she understands. Put and no, I hear and put, I hear and put. If you always have the same time, perhaps it's not a real audiometry. It's a lie. Relations, and we need a relationship in between stimulus and response. It's not possible a stimulus and after 2 minutes a response. It's not true, okay? And the response always is close to threshold, but it's a minimal response level. It's not the threshold because you always have better threshold than the minimal response level that the child gives you. And the toys to use always are toys that different color, very color, but not with different shapes because they distract the child. And okay. Okay. The limitations are that the child usually is habituated to the sound and then is difficult for them to continue, a response continues, and sometimes they have difficulty to collaborate in obtain a response, and always we need experienced personnel, and that is difficult sometimes, and we need time, but the time to do it, but it's necessary not to have a very, very long time because a child is boring with this task. And the test must be repeated in different times to know that is a good response. And always we have a subjective interpretation. And this is a limitation always. But the advantage is that it's not invasive, it is playful. Parents understand the child respond to sound because they see how is the response of the child. And we have a frequency precision. Then I think this tool is a very, very useful tool, and I think it's mandatory to do this, to use this tool in each child you have in the department to know if the child heard or is not hearing. Okay? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Alicia. I think it's very interesting to understand that all the information that we can take during the diagnosis process in children is very important. So we must understand that it's complementary with another tests like ABR and other objective tests. So it's my turn. I am going to talk about age-related hearing loss. So I have two consecutive talks. One is this, and the other is auditory plasticity in this range of age. Okay, so maybe move from here. Now, okay. So some questions about hearing and balance in elderly population. How about the prevalence? How about the visibility of this problem? How about the impact of this problem? So hearing loss is really prevalent in people older than 60 years of age. So we have another disease like arthritis, high blood pressure, but in the third position we have hearing loss problems. So it's unbelievable to see how so prevalent disease is. At the same time, this is an invisible visibility or disability problem. So it's a question that the surprise because we are in front of a very prevalent problem, and usually in terms of society, nobody see the real importance of this disability. And also is a very important disability because it has a great impact over the quality of life of the people. So hearing loss and balance disorders, we can join both problems. It's not a question only about communication. It's a disease that produces non-auditory effects over some areas like cognition, depression, dependencies, loneliness. So at the end, we are in front of a disease that affects in a very deep way the quality of life of the people. So we initiated 4 years ago a program we call Hearing and Balance for Healthy Aging, and he's done in our university, and we have three main aims. The first one is to detect and typify hearing loss and balance disorders at the same time. The second is to evaluate the impact of hearing loss and balance disorders on the domains those have impact on overall well-being and healthy aging in the elderly. And the third one is to prove the positive impact of early intervention of hearing loss and balance disorders among the elderly. So for that, we have the cooperation of our team. Thank you very much, everybody that contributes in this project. This is the picture you see here is the hospital in Pamplona. This is the new hospital in Madrid. And this is the team. And this is the design of the study that we are going on. So we have group A of normal people without any hearing or balance problems, and we have a follow-up of 6 years. The group B is people with a normal hearing, a normal balance, but is not treated. And the group C is people with these problems, and we apply different treatment for that. So we recruit about 200 people in each of these groups. And we plan to have this follow-up of 6 years, and we evaluated each 1-2 years, depends the age of these people. So we start from 55 years old. So this is the methods we use to test the different sub-areas: hearing, balance, cognition, depression, loneliness, dependence, tinnitus, nutrition, physical activity, and general quality of life. So this is the materials we use for that. So this is the follow-up of the recruitment is for 84% of the recruitment we have until April of last year. Is no bad. Well, we try to take some results and conclusion in this talk. All of them are related with the applications of this information to the treatment of hearing loss in elderly people. So we analyzed 3 aspects: the primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention of the hearing loss and balance disorders in elderly. As you know, primary prevention is to prevent disease or injury before it occurs. It's a new concept. So I think that for the future, it's very important for our patients think about this kind of primary prevention. And it is important because it's the way to reduce the impact of the hearing loss in the early period. So when we try to add in this primary prevention, we need to apply our knowledge and, in the middle life. So about 40 years old, no, at 70, 80 years old. And it is important to identify different factors that can produce the onset of the hearing loss, like gender, age, ototoxicity, noise exposure, smoking, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, inflammatory, some genes inheritance, and obesity. All these are considered like risk factors for hearing, and it is interesting in the midlife to prevent the impact that these factors are going to produce over the hearing and also other diseases. Secondary prevention is to reduce the impact of a disease or injury that has already occurred. And this is done by detecting and treating disease or injury as soon as possible. So this is the situation, at least in my country. So there are a big delay between the hearing loss onset and the start of the treatment for this disease. So these sentences are very frequent in my office when I in front of the patients. So when you propose a treatment, so, well, I manage this hearing loss. My friends abandoned the use of hearing aids. Cochlear implant, I am older for that. I don't want stigmas. I am very young, so I don't like to use, to wear hearing aids. For what do you have to hear? So at the end, so they take the decision, I will back next year. Sometimes they don't back, but it's the answer of these people. So when we study in the group C of our project, what is the delay between the onset of the hearing loss and the treatment is about 10 years. So it's a long period of time between the beginning and the onset of the treatment in this group C. And what happened during that time? During that time happened many things. The first one is that there are consequences in relation with the cognitive status of these people. So we identified that there is a strong correlation between the results of the different questionnaires about cognitions and the delay to get a treatment for the hearing loss. So there are a decrement in cognition in these people, even when we are speaking about mild to moderate hearing loss in this population. So something changed in our brain after a hearing loss. So we need a listening for during the conversation. For that, there are a location of the cortical processing in response to auditory stimuli to compensate the lack of information or hearing information they have. There are implications in the frontal regions to implement indices for the cognition to complement the lack of hearing informations. And at the end, we have a reduction of the capacity of the cognition capacity in this population. So one of the aims of this study was to identify simple questionnaires, simple ways to detect hearing loss in elderly people. And we correlate the results of some simple questionnaires like is the HHIE and the SQ12 with the tonal audiometry, speech audiometry in quiet, speech audiometry in noise. We identify a very strong correlation between the results of these simple questionnaires to detect hearing problems and the results of the standard tests we use in audiometries. So for that, we understand that it's important to implement screening programs for hearing loss in adults. And maybe the algorithm we can use is to start this detection at the level of the family doctor or even auto-self tests using these questionnaires or using sometimes the exposure at the sounds of 4,000 hertz using maybe a smartphone or something like that. So at the end, we'll try to start to treat hearing loss in elderly people in that levels very early. So when we have mild to moderate hearing losses, no way for moderate, no way for severe hearing losses. I think it's very important to reduce the cognitive impact of a hearing loss, and even it's very important to have optimal results with the use of hearing aids or another devices. About tertiary prevention, the aim is to soften the impact of an ongoing illness or injury that has a lasting effects. We know today that hearing aids, cochlear implants, and other communication systems are a candy for our brains. So this is very important to keep in mind. If we take in consideration the results in terms of quality of life using the HUI questionnaire, and we analyze the results of these three populations. In blue, we have the group A, so normal people. So they are stable over time during a follow-up of 3 years. You can see how the group B has a decrement in the performance of this questionnaire, and how the group C is stable over time. So it's the group that is using hearing aids or cochlear implants with determinate hearing. loss. So at the end, you see how people are stable if it's treated and how they have a significant decrement in quality of life if are no user of any other devices. So in conclusion of this talk, I would like to mention that in terms of primary prevention, factor influencing the onset of hearing loss have been detected, like gender, age, exposure to noise, smoking, cardiovascular disease, tobacco, and diabetes. About secondary prevention, hearing loss is an invisible disability. So it's not present in front of us when you see another people face to face. So it's invisible. So we need to screen. We need to create screening programs, not only in neonatal population, even in elderly population. We can use for that tools like questionnaires, very simple questionnaire, take about 5 minutes to complement these questionnaires, or try to identify thresholds in the frequency for kilohertz. And to know that auditory deprivation has a negative impact on cognitive outcomes. So it's not only a question of communication, it's even a question of cognition. And about tertiary prevention, patients treated have a very positive impact in all spheres. So I show you here only quality of life, but is present this positive effect in other spheres. Treatment of hearing loss in elderly improves their quality of life. And thank you very much for your attention to this talk. I think, yeah. I think that maybe we keep the questions by the end of the session, yeah? We continue with the other talk that is auditory plasticity. It's ready. Okay. Well, we move to another topic, and maybe the question is why to speak about this topic in a session of audiology. So audiology is crucial for odontologists, and the concept of auditory plasticity helps us to understand many of the things that we are now treated with hearing aids, cochlear implants, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a very important factor. So some concepts related with the maturation of the auditory pathways. So as you know, at the level of the brainstem, we have the different centers in the auditory pathway. So we start at the level of the cochlea, and the first neuron, is the cochlear nerve, that make a synapses at the level of the cochlear nucleus. We have two areas, the ventral and dorsal cochlear nucleus, with different types of neurons. All of them has a very important process, a very important role in the processing of the hearing at that level. Then we move to the superior olivary nucleus in the contralateral area in most of the times. And then for the nucleus of lateral meniscus and inferior colliculus. And it is interesting to see how is the maturation of the neurons, of bodies of the neurons in these areas. I take in consideration here the cochlear nucleus, the oliva, and the inferior colliculus. And you can see how is the morphology. Oh, something is happening. It's moving here, but not in the screen. So we have a problem. I don't know if somebody can help me for that. Well, anyway, I have problems. So here is advanced, but no in the screen. Yes, now. But in the screen is another slide. No, yeah, but I need to go back. Oh, no. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, we move forward. So I try to say that the morphology of the somas of the neurons at the different levels of the auditory pathway in the brainstem change. So we have here somas in a fetus of 20 weeks. Just 10 weeks later, you see important changes in the size of these somas, of the neurons, and remains from that moment stable over time in comparison with the evolution after 1 year of life. The same happened with the myelinization of these areas. Again, we have the cochlear nucleus. Okay, so maybe I move from here. I think it's safe. So we have here the cochlear nucleus complex, the oliva, and the inferior colliculus. And you see here the stain of the synapses in these different levels. So there are important changes between the 20-week of the fetal status after of a child of 1 year of age. So this is why in this myelinization process, we found important differences in the ABR. So if we take in consideration how is the situation of a prenatal children about 31 weeks, you see that the responses of the ABR are present, but the amplitude and the latency are very different. We found in the adult and we found in 1 year of age child. So there is a maturation of these waves in relation also with the maturation of the myelinization of the neurons at the level of the brainstem. Also, it's very interesting how the human is starting to respond to the sounds. And you can see that the fetus is able to respond after 24 weeks of life. After that, we can have a acoustic motor reflex in the baby, even in the prenatal situation. About the auditory cortex, you know the primary auditory cortex is in the temporal lobe. We are able to distinguish 6 layers. The layer number 1 is in the periphery. This is in the medial area. And we can identify changes, especially during the 12 first years of age. So this is the stem for neurons. This is for myelinization of the axons. And you see here how the size of the primary auditory cortex is shorter than we have in the bird. And you see in a child of 3 years of age how expands the primary auditory cortex, how we found different neurons at different layers, but there are no a very good myelinization between the layer 1 and the layer 4. And this myelinization and synaptic process is completed at the age of 12 years of age. So during these morphologic changes in the auditory pathway, we can find different findings clinically in terms of the language development at the level of perception, at the level of expression of the language. So we can follow from a clinical point of view, you see in the histology. So what is brain plasticity? Is the ability to organize and modify functions, being able to adapt to external or internal changes. Internal changes is a disease like a hearing loss. And for that, our brain is prepared. So there are different mechanisms through the brain is able to make this adaptation. The main one is the synaptic plasticity, and the second one is the anatomical and functional distribution organization of the central nervous system. About synaptic plasticity is the capacity that has one neuron to connect to another neuron in a determined period of the development of the brain. And why one neuron of the auditory pathway connects with another neuron of the auditory pathway? Due to two important things. First, the stimulus here arrives. It must be a stimulus of a determined quality. And the second very important factor that influences the correct development or maturation of the auditory system is the moment of the stimulus arrive to this central auditory system. In relation with the quality of the sound, our brain is able to pick up the meaning of this sound if arrive at least a determined number of information. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to be able to understand the meaning of these sounds. So through this figure, you can see that we have enough information to know that this is a face. But only we are able to see some points of the face, maybe here, the eyes, nose, the mouth. So our brain is able to pick up these signs to understand that the meaning of this sound corresponds to a face. And for that, in some kind of hearing loss, like profound hearing loss, it's impossible to give this information to the brain to understand what is happening. This is the problem of hearing aids. Hearing aids in profound hearing loss are insufficient to provide enough information to provide, again, a maturation of the auditory system in a normal way. Again, I have the same problem. Also, we see through the history of the use of cochlear implants how the performance with the cochlear implant improves over time in terms of the quality of the stimulus that we provide through the different strategies of the cochlear implants. So from the beginning, we use very simple strategies and we move forward more complex strategy. And at the same time that we improve these strategies, we see improvements in the performance with the cochlear implant. So if we provide better information to the brain, they is able to improve the performance. Also, it's very important if we provide unilateral or bilateral stimulation. If we like to achieve a total development, a total maturation of our auditory system, we need to provide bilateral stimulation, not only unilateral stimulation. And also it's very important factors like the background of the families and the children. So the family, school, social environments are very important in this process of maturation. And also the quality of the rehabilitation programs that we can provide to the children. About time for stimulation, so I move forward. Time of stimulation is also one of the key factors. So if we have here in this line the life of a person from a newborn to 100 years old, men, during all this time, our brain is able to preserve plasticity during that time. So, but it's very important during this process what happened in this moment between the neonatal period and the 2 years of age. This is the most important terms in terms to produce a normal maturation of the auditory pathway. So this is why we implement in our societies, in our health systems, these neonatal hearing screening programs. So what, in terms of auditory plasticity, what are the clinical applications in terms, for example, with cortical auditory bokeh potentials? So this kind of tools in audiology is a very important biomarker to follow this auditory cortex maturation. Is crucial the identification of the wave P1, like the main biomarker of the development of the primary auditory cortex. And you see how at the beginning, the latencies are very high and they are decreasing over time, especially arriving at the age of 12 years to the normal latency. And even during that period are present another waves like N1 and P2 that show the development in other associated areas like secondary auditory cortex. This cortical auditory bokeh potential we can use as a biomarker of auditory cortex maturation with cochlear implants in bilateral hearing losses. So we can monitorize our results in children and know if they are in the normal range, like you see in these two areas. Well, this is no work, but so it's a very, very important tool to take decision in relation if hearing aids or cochlear implants are working in a proper way. Also, children treated with cochlear implants, as mentioned yesterday, has a very important correlation between the age of implantation and the result that they are going to have. So this is a population that were implanted between 0 to 25 years old. All of them are prelingual. As you see, the tendency that we have in terms of stimulation. In this group, we analyze a population implanted between 0 and 3 years. The other group implanted between 4 and 6, 7 to 10, 11 to 14 years, plus that 40 years of age. And you can observe the results of each of this group. Each group was a follow-up of 15 years. And you are able to differentiate how there are significant differences depending on the age of the implantation. The lower the age, the better results they obtain. So the cutting point around 6 years, we found between these two groups. So over 6 years of age, results reduce significantly, and they are not able to understand over 60% of D-syllabic words in an open set contest. So this means that it could be always very important to implement the use of cochlear implants as soon as possible, but in any case before 6 years of age. But even during that period, during the first 6 years, is important to do as soon as possible. So children implanted between 0 and 3 years all improve progressively, and therefore the development of the auditory system depends on peripheral stimulation with a cochlear implant at an appropriate moment of life, like I mentioned before. So when we speak about auditory plasticity, we must understand about this concept that is the cross-modal plasticity. So our brain is trying again to compensate a problem like hearing loss is, and trying to use another areas to compensate that. So in case we have deprivation at the level of the periphery in the cochlea, this auditory cortex is going to be colonized by the vision, and at the end, this cortex that initially was dedicated for the processing of auditory stimulus is going to use visual stimulus. If we arrive late with a cochlear implant, so we are going to send information to a center that mainly are able to treat, to process visual information. So thank you very much for your attention. Sorry about some technical problems about my language that is no perfect English. Well, and now it's my pleasure to introduce Sofon, that is going to talk about audiological tests and management of hearing loss after newborn screening tests.
Genital hearing loss in the newborn. We have around 1 to 3 per 1,000 normal newborns. Therefore, the early detection of the hearing loss in newborn is a very essential problem that we can show and help the child to hear very well when they grow up, and to cut down the impact of to the family and the economic of the hearing loss when they grow up. The incidence of the hearing loss in newborn is vary from one country to country. For example, the data from the United Kingdom and the United States, they said that around 1 to 1.5 newborn, among 1,000 newborn has a hearing loss. And the data from the Korean is 1.2 per 1,000 newborns. When we can do the diagnosis of the hearing loss in the newborn early, so we can take the intervention and to add the newborn for their hearing life. So what is the newborn hearing screening? The newborn hearing protocol is for the congenital hearing loss. It's the concept that we call it the universal newborn hearing screening that suggested firstly by Dr. Laurie Fritz in 1957. However, until the 20th century, it became the standard program in many developed countries. What we can do during the hearing screening protocol? We have two steps of hearing protocol according to the WHO. First step screening, which is the best perform that we can do to the newborn after birth or 48 hours after birth. And the second step for the screening program is for the child who failed the first step of the screening. And then if the second step has the problem, we will refer the child to the center for the hearing loss for the newborn. This is the two-step screening program. The first screening we do on the newborn in the maternity. And firstly, when the newborn passed, we have to identify if the newborn had the risk factor or not. If they had the risk factor, for example, they had the history of the congenital hearing loss in the family, they had any problem during the delivery, the child or the newborn has stayed in the NCIU after birth, so he had the risk factor. So we have to monitoring the newborn. And if no risk factor, we just review or we have to consult the parent to observe the behavior of the newborn, whether they react to the sound or not. And other side, if for the first screening, the result is referred, so we need to do the second screening for the newborn. And if it passed, just observe the behavior of the newborn. But if it refer the result in the 2 years, we have to refer to diagnosis audiology for the newborn. What is the guiding principle that we can do for the newborn hearing screening? We have the guideline that we said 136 principle. What does it mean 136? What does it mean 136? Firstly, it means that all infants should undergo the hearing screening at the first month of life. And for the 3, it means that if they had a problem for the first screening, they should re-evaluate the second time at the 3 months of life. And 6, it means that if they still have the problem, we should diagnose it at the 3 months, and we should do something to help the child at the 6 months of age. It means that as soon as possible at the 6 months of age. This is the principle that for WHO. First, we screen the baby by the 1 month of age. And then at 3 months of age, we need to diagnose the child whether the child has the hearing loss or not. And then we make the intervention at the plus young possible, it's 6 months old of age, whether it's just a conventional hearing aids or cochlear implants. For the time and the age of the screening, first step we do it in the 1 month. In many countries, they do it in the maternity that we call universal hearing screening before the newborn go home. But sometimes if they was born in the private clinic, they need to back to the hospital to do the screening before the 6 weeks old. And the second step, When the child failed the first stage of the screening, we do the second stage at the 6 or 3 months. So what the hearing screening test that we do for the newborn hearing screening? We have two tests. First, we have AABR, that it means automated auditory brain response. And another one is AOAE, it means automated auto-acoustic emission. What the difference between two tests? The difference is the specificity and the sensibility of the test, and also the cost of the test. It depended. However, the specificity and the sensibility is good for the AABR than OAEs. And autoacoustic emission is a test that we place a probe in the ear canal of the newborn, and then it make a signal to the inner ear and record the sound back by the microphone inside the probe. So it generates the sound, and it's easy to do it with the newborns. But however, the OAE test is also depend to the middle ear, whether there is a problem with the middle ear or not. If the newborn has any problem in the middle ear, it can impact the result of the OAE test. And auditory brain response is another test that we can do to the newborn for the newborn hearing screening, and it's more precise than OAE test. How do we do the follow-up after the test? If the test is referred the result, we will follow up the child again in three months later. And the follow-up usually we do with audiologist and with the parent. It means that we consult with the parent to observe the behavior of the newborn when they back home. And if the result is passed, it means that the child can hear. However, even the result is passed, we need also to inform the parent that you need to observe the behavior, because the hearing loss can happen any time of life, not only congenital. And we have another test that we do also, like tympanoplasty and acoustic emission and other medical evaluation to the child. The intervention we should do as early as we can. It depends into the protocol or guideline of each country. But the WHO suggests to do the intervention as early as 6 months old of age of the child. It's not working. The families. And I will talk a little bit about the study that we have made in Cambodia. Because in Cambodia, we just started the newborn hearing screening in Preangdo Hospital, where I work. And it is the only national center for ENT in Cambodia. And we start to do the hearing screening at the maternity service in 2023. Meanwhile, there are also in the private hospital in Phnom Penh that has maternity with hearing test. And after they do the hearing test, if the newborn had a refer or hearing problem, they will refer the children to our hospital. This is the OE test that we do with our audiologists at hospital at the maternity service 2 days after birth. And I have done a retrospective study on the newborn in hospital during 8 months. And we do totally 984 newborn. And the number that we do each month in the hospital is according to the number of the newborn in the hospital. And the sex of the newborn and the result. And among that, we have found only 15 children with deferred result and in follow-up with us. And among the 15 newborn results, we have noted that 9 of them we have admitted to the NICU for more than 48 hours, and 2 newborn had a family history of hearing loss, and 4 newborn had the history of infection during pregnancies. Hearing loss is not a vital, but it is a real problem for the clinician and for the family and for the economic. Because the hearing loss can harm the person, the family, and also the community. The early identification and the intervention that we can have the newborn can get the excellent result. And the rule of the 136, it should be applied for the hearing loss for the newborn. And we can be the universal hearing screening. And I hope that in Cambodia, it is a long journey for us to do it because we just started for 1 year. And now even the Ministry of Health of Cambodia has started the campaign of vaccination of the rubella for all the newborn. So it means that maybe 10 years or 20 years later, we don't have any problem for the rubella with the pregnancy woman. And during its conference in Cambodia, we have to advertise the problem of the hearing loss to the gynecologist and the pediatric. So during the maternity consultation, they will advise the pregnancy woman about the risk of the hearing loss with the children that was born with the mother with rubella, or to take the vaccination before the pregnancy, and also for the pediatric doctor to observe the hearing loss with children. And if the children was born in the maternity and has any problem during the pregnancy or delivery, they will refer the children to our center to do the hearing screening for the children. And I would like also to invite all of you to the 21st ASEAN OIL Head and Neck Surgery that will be held in Siem Reap, Cambodia next year from 10 to 12 October. Welcome to Cambodia for the ASEAN OIL. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Now, So,
Good morning.
Good morning. So,
We are
it's
now-
our pleasure to have you here. And
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Okay. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a great pleasure to meet old friends. And thanks so much to Professor Twee for all she does and for her team. And I was last here in 2019 before our world fell apart with the pandemic. It's a great pleasure to be back here again. I'm sure that I'm the only teacher here, but thank you for just reminding us that hearing loss is not only a medical matter, it actually involves learning, cognition, and language for the children that we see. Now, I'm going to talk about young adults with cochlear implants, and they matter. I've learnt so much over the years, as it's been a privilege as a teacher of the deaf to be involved in cochlear implantation and to work so closely with surgeons from around the world, and I've learnt so much from them. And there are several surgeons here that I've known for 30 years, so thank you for all that you've taught me. I happened to be the teacher of the deaf for the first child in the country who had a cochlear implant, and then managed the Nottingham Cochlear Implant Programme for many years, which was a very interesting experience. I'm now the coordinator of the Cochlear Implant International Community of Action, KICA, about more with cochlear implants were implanted as children. And I'm going to talk this morning about how we need to think in the long term. When we're developing cochlear implant programs, we need to think in the long term. We need to think beyond the surgery, beyond the programming, to what happens to these children, young people and adults, that what happens to them in everyday life, which is where they use their implants, not in the clinic. So more about them in a moment, but first, just some notes of caution. We know that we have 1 million implanted globally, about half of them are children, but, big but, there's still a lack of access to cochlear implant services and the services, and there's still many things that we don't know, even after all this time. If you look at the HEMA surveys globally, you'll see there's still, after all this time and all this work by so many people, a lack of awareness of cochlear implants. Audiologists and ENTs are still not aware of the criteria. Why is this? Why is there a lack of referrals? There are funding challenges, particularly in low and middle income countries. And sorry, the World Hearing Report should be 2021. So funding challenges in many countries, particularly when we start to think about the long term. And thinking about the hearing screening programs, we've just had a lovely, thorough presentation about how to proceed with hearing screening programs for children in particular. Now, we heard yesterday about the issues about adult screening programs, but even for children, even in the UK, where we had one of the best screening programs anywhere rolled out in 2005, there are some major issues in the UK with our screening program now, where children are not being diagnosed, some of them, until the age of 9. Too late to have a cochlear implant to be effective. Why is this happening in a country like the UK in 2023, 2024? Learn from our lessons. You need to keep up the training. You need to keep up the quality control. You need to keep up the monitoring. Problems with cochlear implant services. All is not well. We've been talking a lot about the surgery, we've been talking a lot about programming and so on. But ongoing care is not always so successful. In southern Australia, so we're talking about Australia, where children not being well managed after cochlear implants, not making progress, not being monitored. So a big investigation there in Australia about why these children were being failed by a cochlear implant program. There's a lack of follow-up processes and traceability. Traceability, the term that Professor Fraser used yesterday, very important. We have 1 million implanted. How many of them are using their devices after 10 years, say? Do we know? Actually, when I ask these questions of cochlear implant programs, they don't know. And then we come to education, which of course is dear to my heart. If you ask parents, and we've done a lot of interview studies of parents, if you ask them, what is your biggest problem? They don't say the surgery, they don't say the initial programming, up comes education, again and again and again. Because children spend much longer in schools than they do in a clinical program. So, I'm going to introduce you to KICA, the Cochlear Implant International Community of Action. We've just been in action 3 years, and we're deliberately a network, not an organization, a network of advocacy groups, users, families, professionals, industry, public health officials, and other stakeholders, with the goal of increasing access to the provision of cochlear implants, but to the lifelong cochlear implant services that are needed globally. There are many advocate groups around the world doing amazing work, but with very little resources, with very little money. And we provide them with global online conversations about topics that are important to them, sharing their advocacy successes and challenges. There is amazing work, for example, in Uganda. The parent group has become successful in getting the government to waive the taxes on all hearing technologies. An amazing achievement by a parent advocacy group who, when you ask, how did you do that? They say, we marched on Kampala. We went to see the government. So we are growing. We have many individuals, most of the big organizations, and currently in 72 countries and growing in Asia. Have a look on the line. We're also part of the World Hearing Forum at WHO, Alliance, Advocacy and Action. And that's what it's about. And we're looking after the cochlear implant part of it. So, KICA, along with York University at Toronto, did a global survey of adults with cochlear implants. We had over 1,000 responses from 40 countries. We asked adults what their experiences were of the services they received and what would they like, which is not always the same thing. High satisfaction rates, even in older patients. Professor Manrique talked about older patients. Yes, high satisfaction rates. The oldest to complete the survey was 92, you'll be pleased to hear. But, always a but, little or no rehabilitation for adults. Rehabilitation for children, not for adults. Challenges in managing the technology long term. The cochlear implant technology is not always straightforward to manage. Ongoing funding challenges, which could lead to non-use. Even some successful users had to stop using their implant because of funding challenges. But what I'm going to talk about briefly, and then I'm going to let them talk for themselves, young adults with cochlear implants. So here is a group of young adults with implants, all implanted early as young children, not children anymore. This is the first group of young deaf adults who received cochlear implants as children who are growing up hearing with cochlear implants. What's life like for them? So when you're developing a cochlear implant program for children, you need to think long term, and you need to think about what is going to happen over the lifespan of these young people. If you're implanting somebody, a child at 1 year, they may be using their implant This is a representation of an estimate of the ages that the children are now, not when they were implanted. So, have you got a pointer? Oh, well, I'll try here. Does that work? No. Hang on. Not showing up. Okay. I'll talk you through it. If you have a look at the top, you can see ages in years across there, 0 to 10, 11 to 20, and so on. Have a look at the percentages of the bottom. Okay, yes, okay, thanks. If you have a look at the percentages across the bottom, that you can see that about 30% of the children who've had implants are now age 0 to 10. Then you can also see, if you have a look, 70% are estimated over 11 and 20% are estimated over 20. What I suggest is that we constantly talk about where the red arrow is. We talk about early intervention. We don't talk about what we're doing with the teenagers, with the young adults as they grow up. Do we know what to do with them? Do we do anything with them? It's a serious issue for them. And when we ask them, this is what these group of young adults tell us. You can see that there's high satisfaction with their cochlear implants, 72% very satisfied. But when you have a look and ask them what their satisfaction with cochlear implant services, they're still relatively satisfied, but the satisfaction rates have dropped quite considerably, 56% very satisfied. Let's see what they tell us that they did. Their satisfaction is high. My cochlears have given me a life I'd never have had. I'm forever grateful. But listen to this, the next one. I'm so used to it. Without my cochlear implant, I can't do anything. That's a huge responsibility for us. Super satisfied. I've always heard through a cochlea, it's all I know. Again, without my implant, I can do nothing. That's a huge responsibility for us all working in cochlear implant services. We need to think about that. Having given children cochlear implants and this opportunity, are we supporting them? So what would they like? They want it more robust, they want it waterproof, they want it staying on in sports, they want regular maintenance. They want to be on air with their implant constantly because they're very reliant on them. They want accessible appointments. They want the appointments when they want them. They don't want it when the Cochlear Implant Centre says that they can go. They want it as part of their lives. They want greater control to manage their own settings. Now, they're the first group to grow up being deaf with a cochlear implant. And they say that people don't understand their needs, that cochlear implants can work too well. Because they talk well, and they sound like as if they don't have any problems, it's assumed that they have no problems. But actually, they don't have perfect hearing. Their aided thresholds will be about 20-25 dB. They have problems in noise. They would have problems in noise in the setting at lunchtime here. They want to meet others like them. They want opportunities to advocate for what they want and what their needs are at work. And here at the bottom, all the while, we could be deaf again in a snap. It's frightening and hard to think about. Lifelong services for 90 years or more. I may have mine for 80 years or more. I've already had them 19 years. I'm facing issues the older generation knows nothing about. All the lifetime issues we're going to face. I'll have cochlear implants all my life. I should have support for them all my life. These costs are phenomenal, and the insurance rarely covers. These young people are not yet financially secure, and the costs of maintaining their cochlear implants can be considerable, especially in some countries and where, like Vietnam, there is little or no cover. So, to summarize what we're going to say, and before we actually hear from the young people themselves, high satisfaction with cochlear implants. It's transformed beyond recognition what young profoundly deaf children could do. I taught profoundly deaf children before cochlear implants. Believe me, the change is unrecognizable. They're reliant, however, on cochlear implants for communication in everyday life. Therefore, we need to provide the services and we need to fund them. So, we have a new report about it from the young adults on our kickernet.org and a briefing paper, a short briefing paper of the summary for them to use to advocate for the services that they want. Online, we provided Kika global conversations, as I mentioned, and ongoing global conversations for young adults with cochlear implants about the issues they face. The next one on Tuesday is about their issues with post-secondary education. When going into university, traveling, issues they have in the workplace, a noisy workplace, can be really challenging for them. And of course, they don't sound deaf. They don't sound as if they've got an issue. Managing the technology, major issues for them. So now they're going to talk for themselves, I hope.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Spain, but now I live in Australia. I'm a graphic designer.
Hi, my name is Theo Valles. I'm from the United States, and I'm 17 years old. I'm a junior in high school.
Hi, I'm Mary. I'm 19 years old, and I am from Czech Republic. I'm currently studying at high school, luckily last year.
Hey guys, my name is Jihan. I'm 26 years old. I'm from India, and I'm a personal trainer, counseling psychologist, and I'm a badminton coach.
Hi, I'm Jess, and I'm 30 years old. I'm from the United States, and I'm executive director of a nonprofit.
Hello, my name is Holly. I'm 24 years old, and I live and work in London, where I am a researcher working in factual TV.
Hello, my name is Bowen, and I am in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and I'm 33 years old. I'm a teacher for the deaf and hard of hearing.
Hi, I am Ana Malheiros. I am 19. I am Brazilian.
Hey, my name's Kez and I'm 27 years old. I'm from the UK. I'm a designer, public speaker and advocate.
My proudest achievement was getting a bill passed in the Florida Congress, which was later signed into law by the Florida governor, to give children across Florida hearing aids through insurance and a $5 million fund for the Children's Hearing Aid Fund.
Because of my cochlear implant, I enjoy the music and laughter of my friends the most.
With respect to my cochlear implants, the one thing that I'm really grateful for is the ability and the experience of interacting with people, forming bonds and connections with people. I think that's one of the most wonderful experiences and wonderful things in life.
The thing that I'm most thankful for is the opportunities that I have.
And I would like to share that I am thankful for the opportunity to communicate with my families and friends and other people with my cochlear implants.
My favourite thing to do is hanging out with my friends and going to gigs.
Together, we're establishing a new stakeholder group to promote the benefits that cochlear implants has brought and to advocate for changes that could ensure lifelong CI care and full participation in society through our agenda for change.
I'm glad that worked and that you could see them. These young people, cochlear implants have given these young people a voice, and they're determined to use them. They want to make a change in the world. They want to use the benefits that cochlear implants have given them, that all too often they're denied in the workplace. It sounds as if they have no problems whatsoever. You listen to them conversing and discussing how hard it is for them in school, for how hard it is for them in university, for how hard it is for them to get a job. They're discussing real issues. These are the young people of the future for the world of cochlear implantation. And I'd suggest that we need to support them to make sure that the CI services are sustainable for their lifespan. They're just pulling together their agenda for change, and they're going to launch it on International Cochlear Implant Day, 25th of February 2025. I hope it will be ready. And we would really like everybody to share it too in whatever country they are. Remember, Kika's now in 72 countries. It'll be out there. And I'll just ask, what's our responsibility to them? What's IFOS's responsibility to them? And I suggest that we need all to learn from each other and learn from this amazing technology that's made such a change and ensure that it's there for the future for those young children that you're implanting, and right through to, dare I say, the elderly as well. Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do, and thank you, Professor Twee. And please go on our website and join up if you haven't. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I call to the speaker to be seated here, so we are going to give the opportunity to the audience to have questions about the different presentations we saw this morning. Bernard, please join with us. Oh. No, don't worry. Yeah, please sit down here and step. No problem. It's okay. So please sit down. Yeah. It's mine. No, it's mine. Okay, so instead, my contribution, we hear a wonderful presentation this morning. So we have some problems due to the schedule time, but I will first give the opportunity to the audience. If you have any question or comment related with the different talk this morning, give the possibility to make these questions. Yeah.
Yes, I have a question. What about the music? Can cochlear implanted listen correctly to the music? Can they follow the melodies? Okay, because I was told that about 10 years ago they had some difficulties, for example, in playing the piano. And there are probably many progress now. So are they able now to enjoy the music like we do? What is your experience with that?
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you,
there's
Patrice.
No? Thank you. Okay. I think there's been amazing development in that area and amazing recognition of the progress that people can make in music, particularly for the children implanted young. But for example, Medell do a big music competition every year, playing the piano, playing instruments, singing. Yes, I think there's a considerable amount of evidence that people actually enjoy music and can make music. I've watched a profoundly deaf bilateral implant user. He's tuning his guitar. You have to have good hearing to be able to tune your guitar. And the last girl that was on the video, she said her favorite thing to do is to go to gigs. So gig is an English word, I think, and that's for a music show. So she goes to music shows. That's her favorite thing to do. Does gig translate? Yes, somebody's nodding. So I think music is one of the great benefits. And in fact, the president of the European Cochlear Implant Users Group is a bilateral implant user from Finland, and he plays the piano beautifully.
And violin?
Sorry?
And violin. Because the violin have to create the sound.
Yes, creating sound. Yes, did you? Go on.
With violin, I don't know, but we have a professional piano musician, and she's very happy, and she can play everything with piano. I don't know, with violin, I don't know.
You know the difference, because with violin, you have to create the sound.
Yes.
And that's different from pianist. Okay, so you don't have the experience.
And a violin has lots of overlays in the music. But also in Germany, there is a great cochlear implant choir. They're online, and they're amazing. So that progress that I don't think we ever expected.
Another comment, questions? Come on. Don't be afraid.
It's really, you insist on this very important evaluation in aging. What I found in my daily practice since, let's say, 5 to 10 years, we have changed two things. One, including a speech in noise test has really changed completely the vision of hearing rehabilitation, because we have patients with almost normal hearing. There are a lot of alteration in speech in noise, And these discordances between Burton audiogram and speech in noise make us an alert for this cognitive dysfunction. So in daily practice, do a speech in noise test at 5 minutes. And having in mind that we should look at the correlation between both and oriented people with cognition seems to me an important test. And the second reflection is when we face and discuss with the patient on adoption of hearing aid, which was until now a little bit reluctant, making this correlation between, let's say, memory and hearing, taking the patient the idea that you will stabilize your memory or you will avoid this decline, seems to me make the adoption of hearing aid a little bit easier than before with this elderly patient.
Yeah, Bernard, you're right. So, especially in elderly population, it's very important to test, how is the performance in noise environment. This is one of the key factors to know really how they are able to develop in this communication situation. I would like to sometimes maybe for some hospitals or some clinics on some cabinets, it's difficult to implement some of these tests. You need some equipment, you need some, but questionnaires are very, very interesting tool to provide information about how is the ability of this person to understand in noise environment. They give you a lot of information, especially as Q questionnaire. I think is very useful to provide information about localization, about hearing in noise, and etc. So it's interesting.
Manuel, today the INT test, or what we call the VRB, which is a form of low-fra matrix, it's extremely simple. It takes 10 minutes for an audiologist. It's done in material. So make the audiologist the information that doing a speech in noise test to every patient when they come to you, it's extremely important to look at these discordances between speech in noise and Burton.
No,
I agree with the questionnaire.
I agree. It's easier in my hospital, it's easier in your hospital, but it's not easy in some places around the world. So I try to say that there are other tools to give, to obtain information about that. So really we move in this session from the newborns to the early people. And audiology was behind all of them. So we need audiology, a very strong knowledge in audiology to give support in the diagnosis process of the newborn baby, for early people to people that were implanted, and you need to catch up with what is doing during not only the childhood, during all the life. So audiology is very important. It's one of the take-home messages for maybe the young people. Sometimes we are in a way to do surgery, and we need to have this support from the audiology to perform the better surgery that you can do. So thank you very much for the opportunity to have this session. It was a pleasure to have you here. Well, I don't know if we have some break or we continue with the other. Okay.
Yes, we will now have a break. Moderator and speaker, we can enjoy the tea break in the training room number 5. Kính thưa toàn thể quý vị và đại biểu, hiện tại thì ban tổ chức đã phục vụ tea break ở bên ngoài. Chúng ta sẽ break trong vòng 10 phút và chương trình và phiên thứ 6 sẽ bắt đầu vào lúc 10 giờ 45 chính xác ạ.
Hello, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, session 6 will now begin. Kính thưa quý vị đại biểu, phiên 6 sau đây sẽ chính thức được bắt đầu ạ.
Hello, very good morning. Yeah, so we are going to start the session on middle ear surgeries. I'm Dr. Havinder. Full disclosure, I'm a rhinologist, but I'm happy Prof. Tui invited me here to your beautiful city of Saigon. And I'm going to talk about middle ear surgeries overview. I think we have a lot of young and budding ENT surgeons here. So my talk is not very long. It's a very simple talk, just to set the tone right for this session. So I will start. And for middle ear surgeries, I think since the 1950s, we have been using the microscope, and it has not changed. But of course, the quality of the microscopes over the years have improved considerably. So there are many advantages, as you know, by using the microscope, because it provides a familiar head-on view, and you are able to vary the magnification. And the most important thing is both your hands are free to do the surgery. So this is a great advantage by using the microscope. And with the advent of all the new microscopes we have today, we get a very good view because the magnification is very sharp, images are very good, and it's possible to do very detailed surgeries. But there are also disadvantages of the microscope because of this view limitation, and they are not able to navigate around certain anatomical corners. And this sometimes you can miss diseases like cholestoma or tumors because they are hidden in areas where the microscope can miss those diseases, especially in the sinus tympani, the anterior epitympanum, the facial recess, so on and so forth. So it can lead to incomplete disease removal. But now everybody is shifting towards the endoscope. And it was first introduced by Mer in 1967. Of course, those times the endoscopes were not so good until Hopkins improvised on the endoscopes that we are using today. And a lot of people around the world, a lot of centers, even in where I am, we have otologists who do medial ear surgeries using the endoscope. So you can perform many surgeries here today using the endoscopes like tympanoplasties, minimally invasive second look canal wall up surgeries, and even our colleague Serkan from Turkey has showed some nice videos using the transcanal endoscopic removal of cholestoma, especially in the attic. So the endoscopic technique, of course, you have better maneuverability, you have various angles. You have the 30, 45, 70 degrees angles, and you can really view the detailed anatomy of the middle ear. And of course, you can also look into the areas where the microscope is unable to see diseases. But it also has got a disadvantages because if you're holding the microscope on one hand, you can only operate on one hand. So that is a great disability, but I think nowadays they have got the endoscope holders so that you can free both your hands to operate. Okay, and of course they have got fogging issues and the smaller diameter endoscopes that are needed to go into the ear are extremely fragile, and of course there is also a learning curve when you use the endoscopy of the middle ear. But nowadays, there are many causes to tackle that problem. So the surgical approaches to the middle ear and mastoid, of course, traditionally, we know we can approach transcanal. We also can do end-oral and post-oral. And of course, this will depend on the kind of surgery that you are going to do. And for the transcanal approaches, Dr. Luan has showed us laryngoplasty, very nice videos on tympanoplasties, oculoplasties, stapedectomies, all right, removal of glomus tympanicum, second look tympanostomies. I think you can use the transcanal approach, but of course, here you have limitations on the space. The end-oral approach, I think, gives you a better view. This is my preferred approach. I like using the end-oral, especially for tympanoplasties, aticotomy, anticoantrostomies, even cholecystomas, meatal stenosis, excision of osteomas, and also you can use it for the modified radical mastoidectomy. The post-auricular approach is a very good approach. I think mostly used for mastoidectomies, cortical, radical, MRM, combined approach, tympanoplasties, cochlear implant, facial nerve surgeries, as our colleague from Indonesia has spoken about, translabyrinthine, and of course for extensive diseases or even carcinoma of the ear is involved. So the mastoidectomy, of course, has been an age-old procedure used for exenteration of all the mastoid cells and forming into a single cavity. And TOS has classified, as you all know, into canal wall up and canal wall down. And of course, nowadays is, even though we are doing canal wall down, but it's imperative that we try and shrink the mastoid bowl. So a lot of obliteration procedures are being done. And I think the main goal here is so that previously we are trying to exenterate disease and, making the cavity as large as possible so that post-operatively we can clean the ear. And all these patients are stuck with us for years and years, coming back to clean the ear over and over again. But now I think the thought process have shifted where we obliterate these cavities and also we repair the eardrum. We do a tympanoplasty combined when we do a mastoidectomy. And that, I think, has really improved the quality of life of our patients. So in Malaysia nowadays, even in my centers, when we do a canal wall down approach, eradication of the disease, we obliterate the cavity and also try to improve hearing, combining it with oculoplasty and laryngoplasty as well. So the indications, as you see, canal wall up in mastoiditis, in cochlear implant, atic cholecystoma, facial nerve decompression. Of course, it's got its advantages in canal wall up. If you don't remove the disease in entirety, there's a risk of recurrence. Okay, and in canal wall down, of course, we do in extensive cases and even in squamous cell carcinomas of the temporal bone. And the canal wall down, as I say, easier to clean, easier to look for recurrence. The problem is with the hearing aid. And of course, some patients, you cannot engage in water activities like swimming and so on. All right, thank you. So this is a very simple overview of the middle ear surgeries. And I'm also going to introduce our next speaker. She's going to talk about pediatric mastoiditis treatment and management. Dr. Nguyen from Vietnam. Thank you.
Dear Chairman, dear Chairperson, and dear our college, I am Dr. Thuy from INTI Hospital of Ho Chi Minh City. I am very proud to be here to send our topics about treatment of acute mastocytitis in children. About the otitis media inflammation in Vietnam and mastocytitis in children is increased in recent years. Otitis media's own infection occurs in middle ear cavity. The risk factor we have the recurrent upper respiratory tract infection, tonsillitis and adenoiditis, chronic rhinosinusitis, allergic rhinitis, cleft palate. And we have symptoms acute nasopharyngitis, fever, ear pain, ear distress, tinnitus, and hearing loss. On site, we can see via otoscopy. We see the three stages of acute otitis media. Hyperemia stage, we have a high fever, ear pain, tinnitus, hearing loss, tympanic membrane hyperemic around the periphery, hyperemic along the handle of the malleus. Second stage, we have a suppurative stage. More pronounced signs of infection, ear pain worsen, radiate to the temporal region, hearing loss, tympanic membrane swelling, redness, loss of light reflex, burning. The three states we have rupture state, reduced fever, reduced ear pain, tympanic membrane perforation, and we can see ear distress through perforation. In the tympanometric configuration, we have type C. Otitis media inflammation can lead to complication and sequelae. If we don't have enough treatment, it can lead to different forms of otitis media, such as chronic suppurative otitis media, and it have a high mortality rate due to complications such as brain abscess and meningitis. The most common complication of acute otitis media includes hearing loss, labyrinthitis, mastocytitis with periosteal abscess, facial paralysis. Less common complication, we have brain abscess, meningitis, dural sinus thrombosis. It is the we have acute mastocytitis, peripheral facial paralysis, epidural abscess, brain abscess. Causative pathogens in acute otitis media, we have around 66% via bacteria and virus, and in that around 30% bacteria with the agents Streptococcus, Haemophilus influenza, and Boracella catarrhalis. In the hospital of Ho Chi Minh City, we have a common complication of otitis media. The rate we have 4 to 11 per 100,000 children per year, and in the hospital around we have 20 to 30 cases per year. The increasing trend of acute mastocytitis in children. We have difficulty in predicting the effectiveness of medical treatment, increased risks of required surgical intervention. So we do one clinical trial about mastocytitis in pediatric patients in Ho Chi Minh City from 2015 to 2019 for the own patient under 12 years old. They are diagnosed with acute mastocytitis and treated at INTI hospital. And we have 115 patients. Average age around 3 years old. Youngest 8 months and oldest 14 years. Male to female rate is equal. Most cases of acute mastocytitis involve only one year, with the right ear can be affected more than left ear. The reason for admission, post-auricular swellings around 64%, ear pain around 30%, and ear distress only 3.5%. The white blood cells account between the two groups who receive only medical treatment and surgery treatments are the same, no significant difference. An elevated white blood cell count is not an indication for surgery, but should be based on the patient's clinical progress. Imaging. Temporal bone CT scan image show mastoid bone erosion. We can see loss of the bone septum between the mastoid air cell, mastoid bone cortex destruction with discontinuity, thickening of the periosteum with superosteal abscess. We can see it in the CT scan. About the treatment, the medication we do for 55%, medication and surgery around 44%. Medical treatment goals: eliminate the infection, prevent the spread of infection to surrounding structure around the mastoid bone, identify the causative bacteria, choose appropriate antibiotics based on antibiotic susceptibility results, administer antibiotics via the most effective route, ensure adequate duration of antibiotic use, and closely monitor the patient response. Surgical treatment goals: drain all pus and remove necrotic bone, restore the normal ventilation of the mastoid antrum and epithelium. Medication-only treatment accounts for 55% of cases. The initial antibiotic choice we use ceftazidime. With some cases we use ceftriaxone, augmentin, or cefuroxime. Empirical antibiotic choice: no history. If the case no history of recurrent acute otitis media or recent use of antibiotics should cover common pathogen: Streptococcus, Staphylococcus, Haemophilus influenza. But for case recurrent acute otitis media or recently antibiotic use, peruginose target antibiotic should be used until culture staining antibiogram results are obtained. Children with recurrent acute otitis media under 6 months, treatment should include a combination of antibiotic cover both gram-positive and negative bacteria. Mastectomy surgery. Mastoiditis with osteolysis, risk of invasion causing complication or clinical condition that do not improve after 24 or 48 hours of conservative treatment. In case with sign of bone destruction on CT scan, clinical sign of pus discharge under the skin, and failure of the medical treatment, we do mastectomy for drainage, 44%, and the post-ocular incision is left open. Mastectomy. About the microbiological research, we only have research in 34%, and among that, Streptococcus occupy around 26%, and Staphylococcus around 8%. And sensitive with ceftriaxone, rifampicin, vancomycin, and ciprofloxacin. Average treatment during 9 days. The hospital stay of patients who underwent a surgical intervention was longer compared to patients who only received non-surgical with medical treatment. The rate of surgical intervention is gradually increasing because availability of good antibiotic, effective medication treatment, fewer surgery, less pain, and cost saving in treatment. Factors that help predict the need of surgical intervention include post-auricular fluctuation, white blood cell count over 20,000, symptom of acute otitis media last over 6 days before hospital admission, with extensive use of antibiotics prior to admission. We have 7 cases of recurrent after surgery. After 10 days, 2 cases. After 3 weeks, 2 cases. After 8 months, 3 cases. Only 1 case recurs after 3 weeks of surgery and requires a second mastectomy to inspect the surgery cavity and clean the inflamed tissue within the antrum and mastoid bone. 6 cases underwent under surgery once, and the remaining recurrent respond to medical treatment. No need to do surgery again. And all 7 cases associated with Streptococcus pneumoniae infection. Mastectomy must ensure the complete removal of disease tissue to avoid recurrence. After remove the burst, we do the mastectomy and remove all the inflammation tissue. All inflammation tissue must be removed, and we must see very clear the bonds, 3 bonds, and we think the water very clear. You can see very clear. In conclusion, acute mastocytitis often occurs in young children, especially those in Vietnam aged 1 to 3 years. The condition typically affects one side of the ear. Streptococcus pneumoniae is the most common pathogen associated with acute mastocytitis. CT scan is an important and necessary test that should be conducted in case of mastocytitis that respond poorly to medical treatment and before surgical intervention. Acute mastocytitis is the pediatric emergency. If diagnosed and treated promptly, patient will respond to medical treatment and very simple mastectomy. Mastectomy must ensure the complete removal of disease tissue to avoid recurrence. Effective treatment of otitis media helps prevent complications of acute mastocytitis. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Nguyen. We will take questions later. We will carry on with the presentation. May I call Professor Milan Profan? He's going to present on temporal bone anatomy in TB dissection. Prof.
Okay, good morning, everybody. And once again, thanks for the invitation to this excellent meeting. And my topic now is not a textbook of anatomy. It's somehow to show you my own experience across my otology career, what I learned and what I found being an otologic surgeon. So, as I said, it's a non-conventional view of a surgeon on temporal bone anatomy. I would like to stress structures to be respected, landmarks and the details of this structure as they appear during the surgical procedure. And I will talk about the lessons I have learned in my career as otosurgeons. And yes, there are too many details in the temporal bone. You who are experienced in otologic surgery, you know that. Sometimes you cannot see the forest because of the trees. So, let's go to the structures. Those who are important structures are... Okay, it doesn't work with... Yeah, okay, fine, I know, it doesn't work with this one, yeah. Fine. It's okay, yeah. Facial nerve, hearing organ, vestibular organ, ear canal, skin, and surrounding structures as dura, sigmoid sinus, cranial nerves, and carotid artery. And as they appear during the surgical procedures are ear canal, skin, sigmoid sinus, facial nerve, hearing organ, vestibular organ, and then surrounding structures. First, a few words on the ear canal skin. Sometimes young surgeons do not pay too much attention to the ear canal skin, but this is very thin skin with minimal subcutaneous tissue, and you must not damage the skin during the procedure since you do not have an adequate material to replace it. piece of it, yes, you can replace it with the perichondrium or something like that, but to lose it is a disaster. Respect the bony sutures with sharp preparation to avoid tearing, like tympanomastoid and tympanosquamous suture. At the end of the surgery, it's not like a big abdominal surgeon that you put down the gloves and throw it away. Finish the surgery on your own. Don't leave the accommodation of the flaps to your young colleagues that you are hiring somewhere and you finish and suture it. So it's your work and your responsibility to do it. This is just to show you where are those sutures where you be very meticulous to elevate the skin away from the sutures to respect the integrity of the skin flap, not to tear it on that sutures. Okay, so let's go to, I have to switch the video. No, video. Oh. It's there. It was working. No, let's go back and can we go out of the presentation just to? Okay. Okay, so this is the beginning of the surgery when you identify the first structure which comes to your view, and it will be the, it has no, okay. Yes, but no, okay. And you can see the signs of the sigmoid sinus here, and what is very important in this part of the surgery is to identify also the digastric ridge, which shows you approximately the position of the foramen stylomastoidome, or at least the area where you can expect it and when you can expect the facial nerve. So this appears here as an attachment of the digastric muscle. You can see the white structure over there, the digastric muscle to the posterior wall of the mastoid process. Yeah, okay. So we can continue to the next slide. Yeah. Yeah, okay, it works. What is important for the cholesteatoma surgery, it's not like for the cochlear implants, that you have to drill above the upper wall of the ear canal to the level of the anterior wall of the ear canal, and even further where the pneumatization reaches the area. So you have to get above the ear canal to the level, to the area in front of the head of the malleus to be able to clean the supratubular recess at the area behind the malleus, because very often in the mastoid surgery, in the cholesteatoma surgery, we have to cut off the head of the malleus and to clean the supratubular recess. You can see the bones of ossicles. Yeah, we can put full screen and we will come again to different mood. So the facial nerve is a structure which many of young colleagues are afraid of. Being more experienced, facial nerve is your landmark as spina of Henle or anything else. As facial nerve is your friend in a standard surgery. So the structures to identified or to localize facial nerve, they are those you can directly see in the middle ear and those you have to drill out from the bony covering. So if you look under the incus here, in many cases you can see the tympanic part of the facial nerve directly, and you can see where you can find it, even in the mastoid portion. Then you can see lateral canal. Cochleariform process is very, very stable structure in the middle ear. Chorda tympani, you can drill it out from the bone. Pyramidal eminence, round window and ossicles. Those who you have to drill out from the bone is covering our digastric ridges I showed in the previous slide, and mastoid part of the facial canal, and ampulla of the posterior semicircular canal. During the surgery, to identify the fallopian canal, you may identify the digastric ridge, which shows the position of the stylomastoid foramen. Fibers of the digastric fascia show the direction of the canal from the stylomastoid foramen upwards, and it's very good tissue to protect the nerve itself. So those white structure you see at the beginning of the drilling out of the bony coverage is not the nerve itself, it's the fascia of the digastric muscle to get around the facial nerve. Tip of the short process of incus points to the tympanomastoid curve of the facial canal, and the ampulla of the posterior canal is laying behind the tympanomastoid curve of the facial canal. Pyramidal eminence grows from the bone of the fallopian canal, and cochleariform process shows or points to the geniculate ganglion. This is the situation, as you can see, and here is the clear situation that below or behind the short process of incus, you can see the facial canal, and that this is the top of the facial canal, and the pyramidal eminence is a little bit lower than the canal itself. And you can see the structures through the posterior tympanotomy. Some anatomical experience. The obstacle to exenterate radically the supratubular recess is not the facial canal. You can get there very easily, but on the other side you have the carotid canal. There are very few anatomical variations. Okay. There are very few anatomical variations of the fallopian canal. They are described in the textbooks, but they are less frequent as they are described. But you have to be ready to respect them and to expect them. Unjustified injury of the facial nerve is strategy for the patient, but for the surgeon as well, you be sure. Regarding the facial nerve schwannoma, which I have met twice in my life, surgery will bring full facial nerve palsy and poor hearing outcome. Don't touch it. One can live even for the rest of his or her life with the tumor and high quality of life. Surgery may bring nicer postoperative CT scan, but poor quality of life because of the facial palsy. How to protect hearing organ? Do not touch incus with the running drill unless it is separated from the stapes. Separate incus from the stapes at the early stage procedure. Be sure that the long process is resorbed before you drill or touch it with the drill. Be gentle towards the stapes. Forced removal of granulation tissue, tympanosclerotic plates, may dislocate the stapes with unfavorable outcome. Check the integrity of the bony coverage of the lateral semicircular canal on CT before the surgery to be ready to expect the labyrinthine fistula. Okay. So this is the situation when we do the posterior tympanotomy, which is the part of the surgery for close technique for cholesteatoma surgery, or also for the implantation surgery. Definitely for you can see now here beautifully the chorda tympani nerve making the upper board of the posterior tympanotomy and the fascia itself, the lower board of the posterior tympanotomy. This surgery is, when you do it for the cholesteatoma surgery, you always leave the bridge or this bridge supporting the incus. In this kind of surgery, we leave this support and we open the posterior tympanotomy directly, identifying the structures through this opening, which is the pyramidal eminence, and we can continue a bit more faster. Yeah. So this is the situation we have already seen on the picture. So this is, you can see the pyramidal eminence, tendon of the stapedial muscle, promontory, round window. Okay. We can, yeah, next one. How to protect vestibular organ. You can see the anatomy and the position of all three semicircular canals in your surgery, which is very important, where to expect them. When drilling in the additus and antrum area, be aware of the fact that around Burkhards also they have the other side, which can touch the canal. When evacuating the supratubular recess in its posterior part above the geniculate ganglion, be aware of the vicinity of the anterior semicircular canal ampulla. And when skeletonizing the tympanomastoid curve of the fallopian canal, be aware of the vicinity of the posterior semicircular canal ampulla. Oh. Okay. So this is just to show you, we can continue, that this was the closed technique, and simply by removing the posterior ear canal wall, you can change it into the open technique by removing the posterior ear canal wall, and you have beautiful view on the whole anatomy with the tympanic membrane or anterior part, ossicles, all this structure, eustachian tube when you remove the tympanic membrane, cochleariform process, tendon of the muscle, and supratubular recess, stapes, round window, promontory. So this is the situation for the open technique when all the structures are explored and you have the standard open technique. Yeah, this is the tendon and the supratubular recess and eustachian tube. And okay, we can continue like this, no problem. Okay. How to protect the neighboring structures? Okay, we can leave it like that. Okay, I think there is no more movie or at the end. So dura. To explore dura mater is not a disaster. If I am lost in the ear, I always look for the dura. Tearing of the dura can be managed by fascia, perichondrium, or cartilage. Do not panic, sigmoid sinus. Do not panic if you have a bleeding from the sinus. Small tears can be managed by bipolar cauterization. Bigger tears you can peg with a surgical. Very rarely you need to ligate the sinus. Jugular bulb, use the biggest silver diamond drill, a soft one or a smooth one, possibly in this area. If there is a bleeding packing with the surgical will help. So this is what I have been telling is my experience, and experience is non-transferable. With courses, you can try to increase your knowledge and skills and reduce the number of mistakes, and the experience will come later. But once you become experienced surgeons, it's your duty also to share your knowledge and skills with your scholars. So then we go, whoa. Oh. Wait. So, this is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Milan, for the excellent demonstration of the temporal bone dissection and also tips for the youngsters for surgery. We will proceed with the next lecture and the final lecture before the roundtable discussion. I would like to invite Associate Professor Vincent Cousins from Melbourne, Australia, and he'll be talking about benign tumors of the temporal bone.
Can I have this? Is that working? Oops, I'm sorry, I just did that. Working? Not working. Ah, way over there. Good. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, this was a fairly big topic that we have to try and cover fairly quickly. So we're going to talk about surgery related to tumours of the temporal bone, benign tumours of the temporal bone. And you can see the top three are the most common. We don't always get the meningiomas, they come via the neurosurgeons, but we're often involved in the surgery with them. But the most common would be the 8th nerve, acoustic neuroma, very uncommon 7th nerve tumours, and paraganglioma is also very uncommon. And then there are other lesions, and we don't need to talk about them now. So if we quickly look at assessment of acoustic neuromas, also called vestibular schwannomas, there's a good outcome that came from the 7th International Congress on Acoustic Neuroma by Hao Wu and the group, the consulting group, that putting together a consensus. And you can see the classification quite nicely done in this chart, that basically tumours are divided into intracanalicular or those that are in the cerebellopontine angle, and then work on size. The consensus was that we'd talk about one confined to the IAC, one's extending out, tumour extending into the cerebellopontine angle, tumour touching the brainstem, then tumour compressing the brainstem, and then severe compression. And you can adopt whatever program you like. Commonly the KUS classification is used. Some people are a bit more emotive and talk about small, medium, large and huge. We don't really want to tell the patient they have a huge tumour. There are some other factors that aren't in there. These generally are done on the largest transverse diameter of the tumour seen on an axial CT or MRI scan. Some people like to measure the volume of the tumour with volumetric software. And if you're following a tumour, if you're observing it and following it, the volumetric may be a more sensitive way of looking for growth. And then these classifications also don't look at the substance of the tumour, but there may be solid, completely solid, or tumours that contain cysts. And it's relevant to know that because treatment probably would be different, or may be different. Just a collection of tumours that we've had over the years, small tumours, larger ones, here one just extending into the cerebellopontine angle, and here a bilateral tumour in a patient with neurofibromatosis type 2, internal canal tumour on both sides, but an additional extension to the vestibule on this side. So the assessment of the acoustic tumour, again we talked about whether it's intracanalicular or involves the cerebellopontine angle. The magic figure seems to be that if it's in the CPA by more than 1.5 centimetres, then we would begin to think about treating the tumour. And certainly if there's brainstem compression, the tumour needs to be treated. The symptoms are important, the signs are important, particularly neurological things. Its extension to the fundus and its extension to the inner ear are relevant. If you're going to resect a tumour that's in the inner ear, you're certainly going to affect hearing and balance function. The solid cystic thing we talked about. Assessment of hearing is outside the scope of this, but usable hearing with the 70-30 rule and not very usable hearing at 50-50. Auditory brainstem response doesn't probably tell us an awful lot. The level of hearing on the other side has a relevance, as does the vestibular function. If we look at facial nerve neuromas and the assessment, we have a series of 24 patients with facial neuromas, 9 of which we've operated on, and I just put the details of where the tumour was, and mostly these tumours are centred around the geniculate ganglion and extend medially, possibly into the posterior fossa, and extend along the horizontal and vertical portion, and may extend to the middle fossa. And generally, as might be assumed, that the extension to the middle fossa occurs from the horizontal portion because it's the bit that's closest to the middle fossa. So all of these tumours started, we assume, in the geniculate ganglion and extended along the horizontal and back to the labyrinthine, and some extended into the intracranial space. Just some examples. Here's a CT scan of a patient that presented with a facial paralysis, and I've got a picture of another patient with a large cholesteatoma that didn't look very different, but what you can see there is an expansion of the geniculate ganglion, an expansion of the labyrinthine portion, some increased soft tissue in the region of the horizontal segment, and with gadolinium that all enhanced, and that was shown to be a geniculate ganglion-based facial neuroma. Some tumours extend into the posterior fossa, so here's tumour involving the geniculate and into the internal canal, and tumour further down into the posterior fossa, and this tumour was a similar one from the geniculate extending up into the middle cranial fossa. Paraganglioma assessment. The two classical classifications were the Glasscock and Jackson and the Ugo-Fish classification. I was brought up on this Ugo-Fish one. Always seemed fairly complicated, but when you look in English at the letters, we worked out that there was a simple way of beginning to learn this and remembering it, and that is that a type A tumour is surrounded by air in the middle ear, a type B tumour is in the bone of the mastoid, a type C involves the carotid canal, and a type D is deep or may penetrate the dura. And then with that little skeletal idea, little simple idea, you can actually build the detail on to the classification. Some examples. Here's a type A with tumour on the promontory and air all the way around it in both projections. Here's one that's in the bone, doesn't involve the carotid, so it's not a C from that point of view, but if it extends into the posterior fossa, it would be a D. And here are some MRI scans of extensive tumours. This one is a classic appearance in the cerebellopontine angle with the so-called salt and pepper, or the flow voids of the vessels. So just looking at that image, you'd be highly suspicious that this was a paraganglioma because of the vascular nature of the tumour. It's very important to know the arterial supply. Often they're multiple, and in this case there were 3 tumours, and to know the venous drainage. It may be that if there's a large jugulary tumour that it obstructs the vein altogether on the tumour side, and you're left working with the other side. If there's a dominant vein, it may also cause problems and have implications for treatment. And if there are multiple tumours, you may see them at angiogram, but you may also see them with specific nuclear medicine, the dotatate scan. So, talking about benign tumours of the temporal bone, the management options are the same in general terms for all of these tumours. Observation would be the first thing. Interventional radiology may have a role in some cases, but generally it's part of a treatment modality, perhaps embolizing a vascular tumour before surgery. Radiation does have a value. Surgery often required, but not always, and sometimes combinations. So if we talk surgery, the acoustic neuroma, the classic approaches via the inner ear, the translabyrinthine, or perhaps a bit more extensive, if needed, transaortic transcochlear. Sparing the inner ear for small tumours, middle fossa; for larger tumours, retrosigmoid. Some people like the retrolabyrinthine approach, making it totally a mastoid approach, but it does have limitations. And then with the advent of increasing the use of the endoscope, some more interesting approaches have been developed. One, the transcanal transpromontorial, so basically for small tumours you can go down the ear canal through the promontory and get to the internal auditory canal, and then it's possible also to go below the promontory endoscopically and spare the inner ear. The aims of surgery with acoustic tumours, if we've decided that we need to operate, then the aim would be we would like total removal if we could. Because the tumour is attached to other important structures such as the facial nerve, sometimes very often we leave a little bit of tumour on the nerve to preserve its function. We may leave more tumour intentionally, or we may just debulk a very large tumour in an elderly, unfit patient where there's no option, can't use radiation and so on. And the planned incomplete tumour removal might be a single operation, or it might be that we plan to remove most of it surgically and add radiation. In some cases, there is an unplanned incomplete removal because of the need to preserve brain substance, important vessels and nerves, and then long-term follow-up is required because any tumour that's left there can grow again. The three approaches, the retrosigmoid approach, generally we would be operating with the intention of preserving hearing. So if the tumour is bigger than 2 to 2.5 centimetres, the chance of preserving hearing is not very good. So we may not use it for those large tumours. But you can use this approach for any size tumour in the cerebellopontine angle, and you can even use it to approach the internal auditory canal where the tumour is confined there. Just a surgical technique, just in a series, you can see this in the textbooks, but basically we make an opening, do a craniotomy, and then debulk the tumour, entering the posterior fossa, with the intention of preserving the important structures, the 7th and 8th nerves. And here we've drilled out the canal, which is an important part. There's both the posterior fossa component and the temporal bone component. And at the end of that, where the drilling's been done, we will use the endoscope to check. We've actually got some Surgicel in the end of the canal, but we're able to use the endoscope to actually check that the tumour's been completely removed. So it's an endoscopic assisted approach. Second approach, translabyrinthine. The proponents of this procedure would say that you can do any size tumour, and you can. You do little tiny tumours or do very large tumours. And the idea is that you're using the space of the tumour as your craniotomy to expose the spaces that you need to get to in the posterior fossa. But clearly that comes at the cost of the loss of hearing, so we would not do it with a small tumour with good hearing. The advantage often said to be that there's early identification of the facial nerve, and as I've mentioned, we use the tumour space. In sketch terms, is a large tumour, and the bone removal is this sort of area, and then the cerebellum that's here is able to be let passively retract, and the tumour can be approached in detail. Just a case of translabyrinthine approach where the internal canal has been exposed and open. There's drilling below it and drilling above it, and that's the dura that's been rolled. And here, the next step, we're focused down into the posterior fossa opening here, and we've opened the tumour and begun to debulk it. Middle cranial fossa approach was popular, not that popular these days, but for small tumours with good hearing is in essence what it's about. Classically, only for tumours only confined to the internal auditory canal, but some departments, some surgeons would extend it with tumour extending perhaps 0.5 and even a centimetre or so into the cerebellopontine angle. The problem there is that you've got very limited exposure to the posterior fossa when you're using a middle fossa approach. So if you're unlucky enough to have some bleeding down the bottom of the hole, you don't have good access to control that from the middle fossa. And just schematically, the aim is to remove the bone around the internal auditory canal with preservation of the important structures, the superior canal and the cochlea, and the facial nerve here. Here's the tumour. And schematically from one of our textbooks, with the tumour here, we've drilled out the facial nerve, the geniculates here, the tumour's there, and the bone's been drilled on both sides of the canal to expose it. But you can see in using the middle fossa, the opening to the posterior fossa will be here. And if you're dabbling down there for a centimetre of tumour and you get bleeding, the access is really not very good to control that. So just in summary, there's been an evolution of management. In the pre-1980s, most tumours turned up late because we didn't have MRI scanning and so on. And surgery was regarded as the only treatment. You have a tumour, you need an operation. And complete removal was the aim, despite the fact that that would sometimes cost facial function and so on. But since that time, there's been better acceptance of the natural history of these tumours. Radiation has become available, and we've got much better understanding of what patients want with quality of life studies, treatment versus no treatment, and then one type of treatment versus another type of treatment. and we have much better acceptance of the implications of the treatment, like a translab is going to take your hearing, and the complications that may occur that need to be dealt with. The really important thing, as with other parts of head and neck surgery, we want to preserve function and clearly preserve the brain and the vasculature, but the lower cranial nerves, which are very important, and the facial nerve also very important. And then hearing is an issue. In order to preserve hearing, we have to have a cochlear nerve and we have to have a cochlea. So if you can preserve them, you've got a chance of preserving the hearing. And then more recently, with some translabyrinthine approaches, if we've got an eighth nerve and we've still got a cochlea, then it may be possible to actually restore hearing in some patients in the right setting with an implant. Facial neuromas. Just quickly, as Milan said, if you have a small facial neuroma there's no facial paralysis, you do not need to touch that. And more than half of our series of facial neuromas have been patients who did not need to have active treatment, but they do need to be observed. The reason that we might operate would be large tumours with mass effect into the middle or posterior fossa, or those with documented growth, and there was a contraindication to radiation. And if we're going to resect them, we're going to cause a total facial paralysis, and the best possible result of restoration for that will be the level of about a grade 3 to grade 4 House-Brackman. So if they have only a mild facial weakness, going to surgery is going to make them much worse. And if the tumour has already damaged the facial function significantly and permanently beyond grade 3, then removing the tumour is not going to make them any worse. And the approaches would be to expose all the tumour, and we know the nerve from the internal canal all the way out to the parotid, and we must expose the relevant parts for it. I don't know what's somebody's phone call on here. It's gone. If the inner ear has been eroded, so where the nerve, where the tumour is in the genicular ganglia, it can erode the bone of the cochlea. Once there's significant erosion there, even if there's still hearing present, removing the tumour is very likely to cause loss of hearing. So if hearing is still present and the inner ear is not eroded, then a translabyrinthine approach is probably best avoided. The aim would be total resection, and then what do we do to reconstruct? Primary anastomosis is unlikely because you've resected a segment of nerve, but it may be possible with a translabyrinthine case to reroute the nerve if it was a small tumour. Much more likely that you'd need a cable nerve graft, and we'd use something like a sural nerve. If that's not possible, then another nerve onto the trunk or onto part of the trunk, the upper or lower division, and more commonly these days the nerve to masseter is used onto the seventh. Traditionally we used a hypoglossal in the seventh. They were very useful. And then adjunctive procedures of transfer of nerve and muscles, brow lift, slings and so on. And we must always remember the eyelid procedures to protect the eye. Paragangliomas, I'll be as quick as I can here. We need a full assessment. We need to know what cranial nerves are affected. We need to know where the tumour is, how big it is, what mass effect it's making. Are there multiple tumours? Because in the familial paragangliomas syndrome, there are multiple tumours. Is the tumour secreting catecholamines? What's the genetics of this patient? And then the management, again, the choices are observation, radiation, surgery, or combined. We must understand the natural history. They're benign tumours. They generally don't grow rapidly. And we need to make the treatment individualised to the patient and his tumour. So if we're talking about surgery, we've decided the patient needs surgery. We've got a range of procedures, and they're targeted to where the tumour is. It may be just in the middle ear for a small glomus tympanicum. We may need to use a mastoidectomy approach of some sort for a B-type tumour that's in the bone. We may need to do a greater skull-base resection if it's a large jugulare. And if they extend into the posterior fossa, we'll need to follow it into that territory. And dealing with the neck, we need to control the lower cranial nerves and the vessels. The arterial supply will be picked up on the angiogram, and we make sure we turn that off early. We need to deal with the veins and make sure that we do not destroy the one functioning venous drainage of the brain. The cranial nerves, if they're already paralysed, it makes life a little easier, but we do not wish to add paralyses from our resection. If the facial is involved, we have to deal with it directly but there's this question of do we need to reroute the nerve, a normal nerve, away from the tumour to expose it or not? And the endoscope may well be another tool that will help us get the tumour under the facial nerve without rerouting and therefore have a better facial function result. And then we have the issues of if the internal carotid's involved, do we have to deal with it? Do we have to sacrifice it? Should we be stenting it? So that becomes really quite complicated. And all of these things for a benign tumour. The type A's would be dealt with a tympanotomy, type B with a mastoid approach, type C and D with an infratemporal fossa approach, extending to the posterior fossa as needed. Here's a straightforward small glomus tympanicum in a genetically negative patient, so just a straight tympanotomy here, lifting the drum, and here's the tumour here, and we're able to remove that completely. And that was the appearance. You can see almost it's not a rising sun. You can see perhaps suggest that it finishes about here. It doesn't go down lower, but the imaging would confirm that. And then if it's a larger tumour, then an infratemporal fossa approach would be required as per these diagrams of Professor Fish, and some pictures there of here in the neck controlling the large nerves and vessels. Here the canal wall down with the ossicles here, and some tumour down there in the hypotympanum, and here the process of exposing the facial nerve to reroute it. So the surgery, we must look at the benefits of the surgery, remembering it's a benign tumour compared to the risks. We have to accommodate the implications of the treatment and the complications, so the things that must happen and the things that may happen. And we look at whether we're going to do a total resection, subtotal or partial. We want to preserve the vital structures. We want to improve the symptoms. And we also want to remove tumour that is secreting hormone. So in summary, the management of benign tumours of the temporal bone have been in evolution for many years. And the biggest thing is that we've really made a lot more, taken a lot more understanding of the natural history of tumours. We don't have to operate on every acoustic neuroma. We know they're benign, we know that the growth rate's slow, and we can watch and rescan many of them. We have radiation, which is viable treatment for all of these tumours in the right patient. And then in the evolution, the way we excise it, how we preserve function, and the chance of combined therapy are things that we have available now that we did not have before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent, for the very comprehensive and detailed management of benign tumors. So I would like to invite the speakers up front. Any questions from the audience? Professor Nguyen, Professor Milan, and Professor Vincent. I think I have a question for Professor Nguyen. In your study from your retrospective review of the pediatric complications in mastoiditis was done from 2014 to 2019, right? It shows a large number of pediatric mastoid abscess. And moving on now in 2024, how has it been? Is it on a decreasing trend with the better prescription of antibiotics, early identification? Is there any difference then and now?
From 2019 until now, we have averaged around 30 cases per year for mastoiditis, and the rate is the same from the January to December. We don't have any time we increase very high rate of mastoiditis in the summer or in the last year. No, for the previous time in the last year, the rate of the mastocytitis very increased. But until now, it's the same in the month, between months of the year, and around 30 cases per year. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this information. It's very important always from all other countries because there are different experiences in different areas. But what I would like to stress that nowadays, in each suspicion of mastoiditis, everybody is doing the CT scan. But the CT scan is not a decisive information for decision for surgery. CT scan is positive for mastoiditis in 99% of acute otitis. You will always find the same finding. The much more important is the clinical situation of the patient than the CT scan. The CT scan is not the indication for mastoidectomy.
Okay. I agree with you.
Prof. Milan, of course, you have to assess the patient clinically, fever, bulging, tenderness, and what do you think is the single most important factor on why do you have such high rates of mastoiditis? Because in Malaysia, we don't see so much because I think all the patients, they see the general practitioners first and they are given antibiotics and most of them will resolve, right? So what do you think in Vietnam is the most important factor that you are not, I mean, you are still seeing very high rates? Is there anything peculiar here?
The very important signs in Vietnam, I think that is inflammation after post-auricular inflammation. When we see the pumping signs and some burst after auricular canal, you can see that if with this sign, we do a surgery immediately.
Yeah.
Of course, by CT scan also, but this size is very important.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Any other questions for our panelists? Yes?
So I'm from Hanoi, Otolaryngology Hospital in Hanoi. And I have a question for you about the acoustic neuroma. And I have a patient with only hearing ear. In this ear, he has acoustic neuroma around nearly 2 cm. And what is the management for this case? Because when we follow, the hearing would decreasing, and we think about the radiation, like a gamma knife, but it's not sure to preserve hearing. And when we do surgery for him, so it's our question for the management of these cases.
Sorry, can you hear there? Yep. It's not something that you can answer very quickly. It depends on a lot of things. What's the cause of the hearing loss in the other ear?
In the other ear, they has hearing loss several years ago, but we don't know. Maybe sudden sensory neural hearing loss, but there's no tumor in the other side. But the side of the tumor, the hearing is still good. But this tumor around 9.8 cm. So just now I follow the patient. I don't do anything. But if I think to do radiation to preserve hearing, but radiation we are not sure to preserve hearing. So what you consider to do for this
So I thought
patient?
you said originally the tumor was 2 centimeters, but then you said 9 point something?
Nearly 2, around 2 cm.
2 cm.
Yeah.
And have you followed the tumor for a long time?
Not for a long time because I had this patient for 1 or 2 months. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we have a number of patients who have refused surgery or refused treatment. They've had a tumor of 1.8 centimeters, and they've just said, I want to sit on this. And we've said, oh, not a good idea. And then they've gone along for a long time and they've actually not grown and they've been okay. The worry will come if the hearing is gradually dropping and you're already at 2 centimetres, the chance of operating to preserve that hearing is not very, very high. So it's not easy. The reason I asked about the other ear is a cochlear implant possible on the other ear? Is the duration of the hearing loss short enough?
Yeah.
That's something that could come into it. Whether it comes in before the tumour treatment or after is a question, but that's relevant. Isn't an easy situation. We thought initially with stereotactic radiation that it was good to save hearing. Turns out in our experience it's not particularly good, that you do lose hearing. But again, we've got patients who had a tumour in only hearing ear. We elected to irradiate. They lost some hearing, but then it plateaued and it stayed quite well. They lost speech discrimination down to maybe 60, 65%, but they've been able to function with that hearing with a hearing aid. So if it's not rapidly growing, there's no need for a big rapid decision. And if it's 2 centimetres and it's not causing a mass effect and it's not problematic as a tumour, then you have some time. If there's a lot of brainstem compression or it begins to grow, then you have to face the music. And the music will be that you have to treat it. And if the radiation people think that it's still small enough to treat with radiation, it may be that you do that first, because it's very likely that operating will destroy the hearing or make it, won't be helpful. So a graded way would be appropriate. And then if there's continued growth after that, then it's surgery. But in the background of that, if you can do something to help restore hearing in the other ear, that might be helpful. And what I often say in these talks is, it's now a very complicated algorithm. You've got all these things acting, and in the end you have to think about the patient and what the patient wants and involve the patient in that decision making. As I say, if you've only seen them for a short time and you don't know how long the tumour's been there and you don't really know that it's growing and there is no urgent indication to operate, then I think it's reasonable to observe. And my first rescan, if there are no new symptoms, the first rescan would be at 6 months.
Yeah.
And I'd also see the person every 6 months to do a hearing test, and more often if they have a problem, and then try and build the picture to see what you really need to do.
Yeah. And if the tumor is growing and the hearing is decreasing but still useful, if we have to choice between radiation and surgery, I think radiation is more. Sometimes better for hearing.
If there's a significant volume of tumour, sometimes our radiation doctors will say, we don't want to irradiate this patient. We think that there'll be too much expansion with radiation and affect the brainstem and so on. So they say no radiation. But in a person like this, they probably push the radiation more likely, because the radiation is not guaranteed to destroy the hearing. I think it's fairly likely that it will affect the hearing to some degree. But as I say, that would be a reasonable option. If you feel you have to treat it because there's growth or whatever, then radiation might be the good first approach. And then surgery after radiation, it's a bit worse it's certainly worse for the hearing. It's a little bit worse for the facial nerve, but it's not something that you can't do. We've operated on plenty of patients that have had radiation before, and it's not as if you have a problem with healing or that sort of thing. The real problem is with the cranial nerves. So it may well be that if there becomes a reason to treat it, that radiation is your first choice, and then with ongoing observation, the problem might be that you irradiate, you stop the tumour growing, but the hearing is gone, it's profound. So that would be still a positive outcome because you've avoided surgery, but the hearing's gone, and that's a problem. So that's when the concept of the implant on the other side, depending upon how long the hearing's been there, hearing loss has been there, might become real.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the panel. I would like to ask one question to all the members of the panel. And I have an instructional course. Basically, I do a presentation of the tumors, as you have presented. And there are a lot of young people in the audience, used to be. So in my slides, I used to put the names of the structures in white. But I used to put a structure with no names. And I stop sometimes the lecturer and say, what is this structure? And I can tell you less than 12% or 10% of the people knows which structure are we talking about. My question comes, we are from Vietnam, from Malaysia, Slovakia, and Australia. How is the procedure for a trainee to go for the temporal bone, as you have mentioned, to the surgical operating room in ear surgery? What's the procedure to go from the temporal bone to the human's surgery? I would like to know that.
Yeah, okay. So in my department, which I am not the head anymore, it was a condition to have 5 temporal bones dissected. And even during that period, the soft tissue surgery was done by the part of the surgery by residents. This is the namely myringoplasty. And then the mastoidectomy, they train mostly on the cochlear implant procedures to start with it. And then when they come to the more complicated structures, then someone more experienced take over. So, and then gradually they are trained to the level of the surgeon. The problem is that we trained all residents as ENT surgeons, but less than half of them will remain ENT surgeons. The other will do only the office work, and they will never touch the patient surgically. So we lose a lot of possibility to train some of them more specifically for surgeons, just focusing on those who are willing to be the ENT surgeons, and not all of them.
In Malaysia, I mean, we have got a residency program, 4 years. So there's a requirement to log in 10 temporal bone dissections. So once they finish their residence and become ENT specialists, they are posted out to the hospitals to be gazetted as an ENT for 6 months. And from there on, I mean, the consultants in those hospitals are going to supervise them in their mastoid surgeries. So I think they are brought step by step into doing the surgeries by opening up cortical mastoidectomy first and see how it goes from there on. And after some time, as Prof. Milan has also told, not many will become otologists. Okay, the ones who have passion and interested will stay on and go on to their sub-programs in otology, which is another 3 years. Half of them will go to the private sector, some of them will become rhinologists like me, or head and neck, or pediatric ENT, and so on and so forth. But from the trend on what is happening in Malaysia, very few become otologists. Very few become otologists as compared to rhinology and head and neck surgery. Yeah, thank you.
We're not very different to that. I think in that transition from the laboratory to the operating room, it's much the same as Milan said. You've got to do 5 bones before, but in that time, you're assisting, you're making the incision, you're sewing up the case, you're then moving on to taking the graft and so on. Then when you've done your bone dissections, you begin to drill the mastoid, but only the cortical mastoid, and you move up the chain as you become better at it. We want every one of our trainees to be able to do a mastoidectomy for mastoiditis, because they'll be on call for the rest of their lives, potentially having to do that. But not everybody, they all have to do some stapedectomies, but some do 1 or 2 and say, I will never do this in my practice, and they move on to rhinology or whatever. So a small number become that way. And then if they're going to practice as an otologist, they have to do at least 1 year full fellowship in otology somewhere, it doesn't have to be in Australia, before they can take a job as an otologist. So they get a chance then to work in a department where they're approaching tumours and so on. In the training, very few of our trainees would ever touch the tumour in a translab. They would do the mastoidectomy, they may do the labyrinthectomy, they might expose the internal canal to the dura. That's probably the limit of what they do in their routine training. Then we'd take over and open the dura and move on to the tumour. But then when they do their fellowship, we would hope that they would get more experience with dealing with the tumour. But as has happened probably with everybody here that's done a fellowship, you probably never complete a major tumour resection by yourself as a fellow. You always do bits of it, and then when you go into practice, you have to put all those bits together, and hopefully you don't go to a hospital where you're on your own. You go back to a place where you're the junior to an experienced senior, and then you get your stripes as a trained otologist. You build your experience. It doesn't all happen overnight. It's a very graded process. And somebody used to tell us that it was your first 100 cases that were the important cases. After that, you should be pretty good at doing something. But you don't get to do 100 tumours before you set up in practice.
It's just a question for both of you. We have a chance to have your experience and the way that you have analyzed your experience. So I have a first question for Vincent. As you say, in the early 80 and 90, we were considered that we need to remove all the tumor. And we are facing with patients where some deficit on cranial nerve was terrible life. My question is, what changed your practice moving for being more conservative? And with this conservative attitude, have you seen patients on a wait and scan policy with a dramatic evolution in your experience?
With resolution?
Patients on wait and scan policy who have a catastrophic evolution, who are get a brain stem tumor with a lot of complaint or not?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we have become more conservative, and the cost of that is that the practicing surgeon, certainly in Australia, the otologist, doesn't get the experience he used to get. So when you are a young surgeon, you've gone back as the surgeon having done your fellowship, you're not going to do two tumours a week in our population. You're going to do maybe 2 tumours a month, because we're not treating the tumours we used to treat surgically for good reason. The wait and see approach is, well, I think the evidence is in that it's a safe thing to do, but all our patients are told that that you've got a tumour, it's small, we're going to check it in 6 months. If there's no growth, we'll check it yearly, and it's up to you to make sure that you come back and have your imaging done. The risks are very small, but you must put your hand up if you have any symptoms, and we tell them you must be aware that things could change and declare that they've changed pretty quickly and seek help. We have seen patients who are presented with known tumours that have been observed, who have had a bleed into the tumour and they present like a stroke. And we've had one particular patient who had really a catastrophic event. But really with the observation patients, mostly we've not seen very many patients at all in that trouble. The one situation we have had some experience with is patients who have been irradiated and they look to be quite good. Then they've gone on to anticoagulation therapy because they've had a stroke or a heart attack or something, and then they've had massive bleeds into the tumour and died. We've got about 5 of those patients. So it was previous radiation plus anticoagulation. We're very careful about those patients now. But the standard wait and see, wait and rescan approach, the chance of having a catastrophic event with the average tumour without going on to anticoagulants and so on is very, very small.
Just comment on this. It comes and goes in a sinusoid. So we were living in the period when we reduced the surgery and increased the wait and scan. And nowadays, again, it's coming a little bit back to more surgeries, because from the long run, the only structures which is important is the facial nerve. And they all lose hearing. Nevertheless, they are irradiated or middle fossa surgery. They all lose hearing in the long run. And then the removal of the smaller tumor, which would be followed up, is much safer for the facial than the big tumor, where the saving of the facial nerve is more difficult.
But we never see a patient on wait and scan with a facial paralysis. I never see any patient with an acoustic neuroma on wait and scan policy who develop a facial paralysis. The facial paralysis is always due to or irradiation or surgery. Yeah. My question is to you, and I fully agree with you on your skin approach, saying that skin in tympanoplasty is probably one of the most important things to do. And you mentioned about tympanometal flap, You didn't mention your attitude. What do you do with anterior skin? Did you, in general, use an inlay technique, an overlay technique? How do you manage the anterior skin in tympanoplasty?
I think I very rarely work on the anterior skin in meatoplasty. Sometimes when you remove the osteomas or something like that, then I elevate the anterior skin, but I never take the skin out.
That means you are always doing an inlay technique.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting also topic. And in our department, we have two philosophies, or inlay or overlay. And of course, inlay is simple than overlay technique, really definitely simple. But when you do only inlay, there is a certain number of cases who you end up with an anterior small perforation. That's never happened, or rarely happened in the overlay technique. So how do you manage to avoid this anterior perforation of the inlay technique?
Well, post-operatively. But this is the only way when I appreciate, I am not the endoscopic surgeon, but this is the situation where I appreciate the endoscope, because I have already seen 2 or 3 anterior perforation, which I heard by blowing the nose, but didn't see during the otoscopy. And I put some piece of cartilage under the local anesthesia after this I did with the endoscope.
That is just a personal story. In our department, I was mainly doing overlay, and some of my associates was doing inlay. And then told me I am never perforation, but I always doing course, how do I repair anterior perforation? So, I mean, in inlay technique, if you want to avoid this anterior small perforation, you need to put cartilage, you need to have some tricks to avoid the anterior perforation.
Proceed for lunch, right? Lunch after this. Okay. Thank you very much to all the panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator and speaker will have lunch at training room number 5, the room we had yesterday. Yes, and the session 7 will start at 1:15. Yes, this afternoon. Kính thưa quý vị đại biểu, hiện tại thì phiên thứ 6 đã kết thúc. Bây giờ chúng mình sẽ đi ăn trưa tại phòng hội thảo số 2 và hội thảo số 3.